very last page. Page 7. You remember way back when Chris West was coming and married the little old girl that carried me? You know, she was there at the house one night and the dogs were barking on the porch inside. She opens the door and then skunk runs in the house in his closet. Right. They like never got that out. Oh hell. Uh-huh. You bet. Oh, yeah. All right, everybody on the inside, come on in, get a good seat, let's go. Andy, we can turn it up, please, sir. All right, everybody on the inside, well, we got started. Okay, Red Angus Bull. 163, 94, $3.94, 94, 63, 4, 5, 64, now 5, $6, $7, $8, 68, 168, 167, Lone Star 1, 167. 115, 116, $116 on the money, $16, 115, 116, 115, 16, $15, 16, 16, 16, 115, Marty, number 99, Marty 99. Yeah, you want big one. 168 down nine, $8, $9, money nine, $8, $9.70, 171, $1 eight, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 3, now 3, now 3, now 3, 172, Lone Star 1. All right, came from down Murchison. 168 out of on. Clay Whitley from Murchison. 116 out of one. On the money now one. Hit it $1 one. Hit it $1 two. Hit it $1 two. Now four. Now 62 4. $2 $4 6. $6 $8 71 71. Hit it $1 one two. 2 2 3 3. 2 now 3 4. 5. 176. $6 $7 7 $8 $8 $9 9. 79 80 80 1 2 3 4 5 85 84 now 5 5 5 5 6 86 8 88 88 187 show number 100. Get him tested if you can. You're up right for it. Let me know what you're doing. 7 here, 170 now one. Able to one. On the money, 1 2 3 4 5 75 $6 $7 $7 8 $8 78 78 78 177 Lone Star 1. Let's have it hang. 130 now one. Able to $1 130 now one. 130 now one. Able to $1 money. 130 31 31 31 31 130 Marty number 18 8 Marty 8 Marty 8. Okay, Packers on. It happened at $177 $8 $8 $77 $8 on Monday $9 $9 80 1 2 83 823 82 83 83 182 Lone Star 1. Same way. Wait the cow. 130 now one. 130 now one. Able to 130 now one. 130 now money one. Able to 1 able to 130 Marty number 8 Marty 8. Packers are a feedlot. Packers are a feedlot. Haven't had 180 now 2. Packers are a feedlot. 182 on money $2 2. 182. 180 now 2. $2 $2 now 2 now 2 now 2 now 2 now 282. 180 Marty number 44. It's happening. 135 $36. 135 $36. $6 money 6. 135 136. $136. $6 6. 135 Marty number 7. Whoa. Little bit rough. Yeah. Seven. $90 on 90 he but $1 90 now one on the money now one $90 now one 91 91 91 he but $1 91 91 91 $90 Marty number 7.
Seven hand, 133, now 4. 133, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 3, money 4. 134, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 133, Marty 25. You're getting all the feed. It's seven hand, 125, $26, 125, $126, $6, $6, 25, 26, 125, money, $6, $6, $6, $6, $6, 6, 125, Marty 13, Marty 13, $90, one, even to one, $90, now one, $90, now one, even to one, money 1, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, $90, Marty, number 8. It's $95, $96, $95, $96, $6, $95, $96, $95, 6, 7, 97, 96, 7, 97, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, 97, 97, 97, 96, Brian Hoffman, 5. What's your... Whoa. Whoa. $130 now one. $130, even to one, even to one, even to one, even to 130 now one. $130 one, even to one, even to one, even to one. $135, $36, $6, 35, now $6. $135, $136 money, $6, $6, 6, 135, $36, $6, 36, $135. Tom, 1. It's happening. 190 now on. 190 now on. Money 1. Neighbor 1, 2, 3, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 85, 86, 86, 87, 87, 87, 8, 88, 9, 89, 88, 9, 90, 90, 90, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. It's happening. $2 down two. 202, 202, 202, $2 down two. $2 with bid two. $2 with a bit of $2 down two. $2 now two. $2 two. 170 now two. 172 money two. 22 with a bit of $2. 172. 170 Tom 5. Watch him, Gilbert. It happened at $175, $76, $175, money 6, 7, 8, $9, 81, 81, 82, 83, 82, 3, 4, 5, 85, 86, 87, 87, 8, 88, 9, 89, 90, 90, 90, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. 122, now 3, 122, now 3, 3, 22, now 3, 122, now 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 127, 7, 8, 8, 8, 127, lady number 81, lady 18, lady 18. One 33 now 4, 133 on 3, 4, 133 money 4, 133 now 4, 33 now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, 134, 34, 34, 34, 34, 133, Marty 25, Marty 25. It happened at 135, 36, $35, $36, $135, $36, 5, 6, 35, $36, $135, $36, 6, 25, 26, $125, money 6, 7, $7, $8, $8, $9, $9, 28, 9, 9, 30, 30, 31, 131, 2, 31, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 131, Marty 25. Oh, there's having a hand. 240 now, 250 now, 250 now, $252, 2, Big Bo Yearling, 250 now, 252 now, 2, $2, 995. 258 now, money, 250 now, 252, 252, 250. Nolan 29, Nolan 29. 175, 77, 175, 97, not a 7, not a 7, 97, 9, 81, 83, 85, 85, 185, 87, 87, 9, 89, 91, 91, 93, 35, 95, 97, 97, 199, 99, 201, 201, 201, 201, 201, 3, 235, 7, 7, 207, 205, show number 8, 205, show 8. $85 at $6, $85 at $6, 85 on the money, now $6, $85 at $6, 85 at $6, 85 at $6, 85 at... Okay, could be a cripple or two. 85, 86, 7, 8, 9, 90. 90, 90, 90, 91, 82, 81, $day, $day, 3, 92, now 3, 33, 2, now 3, 92, 34, 94, 94, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 98, 98, 99, 99, $, $, 1, 1, 2, 1, 0, 2, 3, 102, 3, 3, now 3, now 3, now 3, 102, A, 102, the letter A. 185, 86, 85, 86, 85, 96, 85, 86, 7, 87, 88, 89, 89, 90, 90, 90, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. Okay, beef spread cows off this deal later. Got 13 head here. 117, 18, $117, $18, 118, 19, 21, 2, 23, 4, 4, 5, 126, $6, 5 now, $6, 125, 126, 125, $26, $6, 125, $6, $6, 25, 26, 126, all 26, 126, 125, Russell, number 8, Russell 8 on 13 head. $130, $130, with the bed $2 money, $230, $2, with the bed $2, $32, $19, $4, 34, 36, 36, 36, 36, 36, 36, 36, 134, Tom 1. It happened. It would have been $1 down one. $1 down $1. On money 1, 2, with a 2, 3. 102 now 3. 102 3. 33 33 with a 3. 102. Marty 8. It happened in 133, now 4, 133, now 4, now 4, 184, 133, 4, 5, 35, 36, 36, 135, 36, 136, $6, 6, 135, Lone Star. It's happening 136, 7, not a bit of 7, not a 7, money, 7, 8, 38, 39, $40, bit 141, 1, 2, 42, 3, 42, now 3, now 4, now 4, now 4, 144, 143, Lone Star. It happened at $28.9, $128.9, 128, money 9, 31, 31, 31, 2, 2, 2, 2, 33, 3, 32, 3, 4, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 133, show 99. Oh, there's happening $1 now one, $100 on the money now one, $100 now one, even $1 one, even $1 $1 Marty 8, Marty 8, Marty 8. Happening here. $50 one, $50 now one, even $1 one. $50 1, 2, 52, 52 with a bit of 2, 3 with a bit of more, 54, 54, 54, 55, 6, 7, 8, $8, 58, 58, 9, 59, $60 with a bit of 60, $60, $60, 59 fry 2, 59 fry 2. Marked at the ranch, $1, 60 now 2, 4, 6, 8, 72, 4, 6, 78, 82, 84, 86, 88, $92, 4, $94, $94, $94, 192, D&D 99. Happening, $105, $6, 105, now 6, of it in money, 6, of it $5, $6, 105, $6, $6, of it $5, 6, 6, 6, of it $6, 105, Marty 8. Little red steer. 8, 305, 307, 305, 307, 307, 9, 9, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, better 319, 319, 21, 23, better 5, better 7, better 7, 9, 329, 329, 31, 331, 331, 31, 31, 31, 31, 329, capital number 35. The spotted steer. It happened at 290 now two. 290 but debate $2 on the money two. 290 now two. 2244 94 96. 298 98 $3 $3 two. 302 4 304 44 304 304 304 302 Troy number 6 Troy 6 $3 now two. 302 22 with a bit $2 $2 302 302 22 with a bit of money two with a bit of 302 302 302 302 302 $3 capital number 45. Tell a spotted heifer, 260 now two, 22 with about money, $2 day, 216 now two, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, 260 Troy 1, 7 Sell big one, 330 now 5. On money 545 at a 345 55, 355 65 at a 65, 70 at a 5 at a 80 at a 5 at a 90 at a 5 at a $4 at a 4 5, 4 5 10 10 10 15 20 at a 420 420 420 415 H31 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5 at 350 now 5, 360 at 5 at 75 at 80 at 5 at 385, 385, 85, 85, 85, 85, 380 Russell 3. Sell the bull, sell the bull. Sell the bull, 7.5, 145, 47, 145, 147, 7, not a bit of 45, 47. Sell the bull, 145, 147, 145, 147, money 7, 47, 47, 47, 145, Tom 5, Tom 5. African 7.5, 145, 47, 9, 151, 53, 55, 57, 57, 159, 61, 3, 5, 165, 165, 5, 7, 7, 9, 9, 9, 9, 169, 167, Harris. It's happening at 270 now 5, 270 on the money now 5, 5, 5, 270 now 5. Got the money now 5, 275, 270 D&D 5, 3. Sell the bull, sell the bull, sell the heifer. Sell the heifer. $2.40 now 2.5. 240 2.5 5. 247 half. 250 now 2.5 7 half. $60 2.5 bit 2.5. 260 2.5 5. 5 7 half 7 half 7 half 7 half. 267 half. 265 H71. Sell the bull, 7 260 now 2.5, now 5, 2.5, now 5, 2.5, 5, 5, sell the bull, 265, 7 half, 7 half, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7 half, 80, 80, 2.5, 5, 85, 2.5, 2.5, 282 1/2, Nolan 26. Sell a black steer, 7.5, 130 now 2, $130 two, black one, 130 now 2, 132 4, 32 now 4, now 4, now 4, now 6, 38, 38, 42, 42, 42, 42, 140 Harris. Sell a heifer. 8 half and a half, 125, choice half and a half, 125, money's half and a half, selling a spotted heifer, 25, 20, half and a half, money's down, half and a half, 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 125, Tom 1. Tom 1. Two 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 215, 17 and a half, 20, we better 222 and a half, 27 and a half, 30, but a bit 2 and a half, but a bit 230, 2 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. How many if you want them? 230, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 230, Troy 9. He wants them. Troy 9. Sell a heifer, red heifer. 216 now 5, 216 now 5, 216 now 5, red heifer, 216 now 5, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 75, 7 and a half, 80, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 87 and a half, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 297 and a half, EC 47. Okay, little pink finder's back. Not bad. 250 now 5. 250 on the money now 5. 255. 65. 70. 270. 265. 70. 70. 70. 70. 265. Fry 5. 265. Fry 5. $2.90 now 5, $2.90 now 5, buy the scale 5, now $3, 5, 305, 10, 15, 25, but a 30, but a 5, but a 335, 330 now 5, 5, but a 35, 35, 35, 330, Brian Hoffman. Okay, leg him over there. 180 now 5, 180 now 590, 5, and then 195 now $2 now 5 now 10 now 15, 215, 215, 20, 220, 220, 225, 225, 30 now 5, 235, 40, 240, 240, 245, 245, 250, 255, 255, 265, but a 70, but a 5, 275, 80, 85, 285, 90, 5, but 95, 95, $3, $3, 5, 305, 10, 310, 15, 15, but a 15, 15, 20, but a 20, 315, the letter A. Over there, 290 now 5, 290 now 5, 295 now $3, but 295 now $3 now 5, but a 10, but a $10, 10, 305, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 10, 305, Brian Hoffman. Heaven hand 150 now 5, 150 now 5, 60, 165, 75, 80, 5, 90, 195, 95, $2, $5, 205, 205, 10, 210, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 210, 210, 205 Harris, 205 Harris. Shellhorn Bull, Charlotte, 180 now 5, 180 now 5, 180 5, 55, 85, 180 now 5, 160 now 5. On the money 5, 70, 175, 180, 185, 190, 195, 195, 195, 190, Tom 5, Tom 5. 7 here, 350 now 5, 350 on the money now 5, 65, 75, 80, 85, 90, 395, $4, $4, 395, Troy 4. Tell a black heifer, 7 here, 305, 310, 35, 10, 15, 320, now 5, now 30, now 5, 40, 45, 50, 355, 355, 360, 5, 70, 375, 75, 370, EC 44. Okay. Charlotte, he brought 190. Tom and Harris, I think. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, almighty 5, 5, 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 330, Troy 11. Two bulls, two bulls, two bulls, two bulls. It's happening at 320, now 5, 320, now 5, 320, now 5, 320, now 5, and then 25, 30, 330, 30, 25, 30, 35, 335, 43, 40, now 5, 50, 50, 50, 53, 53, 50, 345, H 38. 280, now 5, 280, 55, 280, now 5, and 280, now 5, 285, 285, 285, 85, money 5, and 285, 285, 285, 90, 290, now 5, but $3, but $3, 5, 305, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 315, 15, 15, 15, 15, 310, East, Wilford Welding, Wilford Welding. Tell the big one. Black Bull. 280, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, Nolan 56, Nolan 56. Tell the black one, black one, black one, $3, 10, 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 79, 20, but 2 and a half, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 3, 27 and a half, 30, 330, but a bit of 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 330, 327 and a half, EC 551, $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but a bit of 2 and a half, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 27 and a half, 30, but a bit of 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 45, 345, 342 and a half, Brian Hoffman. It's haven't had. We got 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 2 and a half, 250 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 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 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 230 now 2 and a half, 230 2 and a half, 230 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 230 2 and a half, 232 and a half. Red Bull. I guess beef masters, aren't they? $250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 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 250 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 2 and a half, 240 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 2 and a half. Got 12 head altogether. 280, not 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 7 and a half, but 90, but 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, 7 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 3, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, 15, but 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 3, 12 and a half, Troy 1. Okay, T-bag, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 20, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 27 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 37 and a half, but a 40, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, 47 and a half, but a 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 47 and a half, Troy 3, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, now 40, but a 40, 340, but a 5, but a 50, but a 5, but a 65, but a 70, 375, 80, 80, but a 380, but a 80, 375, EC 36, EC 36. All right, boys, I had a 7-way shot and multi-man. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, but a 79, but a 79, 315, 79, 79, 79, 315, D&D 60. Yeah, big slick one there. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 40, but a 5, but a 45, 345, 345, 50, 350, now 5, 355, 65, but a 70, 5, but a 80, but a 5, but a 90, but a 5, but a 95, 390, D&D, number 30, 35, D&D 35, D&D 35, 7 at 370, now 5, 370, money 5 at 370, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 50, but a 75, 80, 80, but a 380, 85, 85, 90, but a 90, but a 90, 390, 5 at 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy 3, Troy 4, Troy 4, Troy 4, Troy 4, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, but a 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, 50, 350, 2 and a half, 357 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 370, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 80, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, 87 and 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $4, 2 and a half, 5, 47 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, 427 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, but a 437 and a half, 437 and a half, 435. D&D number 20. All right, $7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, $3, now 2 and a money, 2 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 7 and a half, 20, 320, 20, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy 1, Troy 1, Troy 1. So you got a pretty good right here. You like them, steer kind. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, but a 15, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, 720, but a 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy 24. Seven and a half, $3, 20, 2 and a half, 320 on the money, 2 and a half, but a 7 and a half, but a 30, but a 330, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, but a 40, but a 40, 2 and a half, but a 45, but a 45, 7 and a half, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 345, Troy 6. Every kind, 7 and a half, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 85, 285, 85, 85, 85, 7 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, but a 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, but a 5, 37 and a half, 10, but a 12 and a half, but a 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, D&D 26. It's 270, now 2 and a half, 270, now 2 and a half, 270, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, money, 2 and a half, 75, 75, 7 and a half, 280, but a 2 and a half, but a 280, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 290, but a 5, 95, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2 and a half, Troy 26. That's that way shot. 290 now, 2.5, 290, but debate 2.5. 290 now, 2.5, 290 on 2.5, 290, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but debate 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290, but debate 2.5, but 2.5, but debate 2.5, 2.5, 290. On the money now, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290. Capital number 31. Oh, there's Sears. It's $7.5, $3 now, $2.5, $3.02.5, $3 now, $2.5, $3 now, $2.5. Money, $2.5, $3 now, $2.5, $2.5, $2.5, $2.5, $3.05, $3.05, $3.05, $3.05, $7.5, $7.5, $7.5, $3.07.5, $3.07.5, $7.5, $7.5, $7.5, $7.5, $3.05. Capital 31. $2.95, not $7.5, $2.95, not $7.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, $2.5, $3.02.5, $2.5, $2.5, $2.5, $5, $5, $3.05, $3.05, $3.05, $3.05, $7.5, $3.07.5, $10, $10, $10, $10, $12.5, $12.5, $12.5, $12.5, $3.10, $12.5, $12.5, $12.5, $12.5, $12.5, $3.10, capital 31. What you, Mandy? All right, boys. Had a subway shot from down the El Dorado. Pretty nice set right here. 3 to 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 3, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but a 3, 20, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a 5, 5, 5, 5, but a 25, 25, 2 and a half, now 5, but a 3, 25, 7 and a half, 3, 27 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 and a half, 3, 25, Troy 24. 7 and a half, $3, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 3, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, but 3, 30, but 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, but 3, 40, 3, 40, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, but 45, 45, 7 and a half, 3, 47 and a half, 50, 3, 50, 3, 50, 3, 47 and a half, Cliffy, number 4. It's 7.5, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2 and a money, 2.5, 5, 35, 37 and a half, and 40, with a bit of 340, 2.5, 340, 2 and a 5, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 340, 7 and a half, 50, 350, 2 and a half, 55, and a 5, and a 5, and a 5, 355, 355, 355, 352 and a half, Troy 5. Sell one big one, 270, now 2 and a half, 270, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. 2 and a half, watch you a little bit, Andy. 270, now 2 and a half money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 80, 280, 80, but 80, but 80, but 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, 5, 5, 87 and a half, 287 and a half, 290, 90, 90, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 290, capital 31, capital 31, $3.50, now 5, 350, now 5, money 5, 60, but 5, but 75, but 80, but 5, 85, 90, 395, $4, but $4, 395, $4, 395, Troy 4. Braden. Okay, Wayne, 30 to 45 days. Had 2 rounds of 8-way. Wayne, 30 to 45 days. 290, now 5, 290, but 5, 290, now 5, 290, 2.5, 290, 290, 290, 2.5, 290, Wayne cattle, 290, 2.5, 290, but 2.5, 290, 80, 2.5, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 290, but 2.5, 280, 2.5, 290, 290, 290, 280, 2.5, 280. Wayne 30 to 45 days. Tell Hereford. 240, now 5. 245, 55, 65, but a 70, but a 5, but a 80, 2 to 5, 290, but a 95, but a 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, Nolan 56. Okay, Wayne 30 to 45 days, had 2 rounds 8-way. Wayne 30 to 45 days. $280, 2.5, 280, 2.5. Both of them, 280, 2.5. Fixing to get cold. Won't need no flies anyway. 280, your choice. 2.5. 7.5. 90. 2.5. 95. 295. 295, 95, 95, 95. 292.5 capital 34. St. Bride, Troy. Four. Okay, now we're going to that 11 word. Okay, next 11 head have been waiting 30 days, had a 7-way shot. Wayne cattle had a 7-way. Okay, so the little one there. Got a little crooked nose. 7 here, $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 got a crooked nose. $2 now 5. $2 5. $2 now money 5. 10. 210, 15, 215, 20, 220, now 5, 225, 25, 25, 25, 225, 30, 235, 40, 5, 50, 250, now 5, 255, 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 290, now 5, $3, $3, 295, Brian Hoffman, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 335, over here, 40, 5, 50, 355, 355, 65, 70, 85, 80, 5, 385, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy 4. Deer cattle happening here. They have been weaned. 330, now 5. 330 on 95. 330, now 5. 40, 5, 50, 5, 360, 2.5. 365, 5, 7.5. 70, 72.5. 375, 5, 7.5. 80, 2.5. 85, 87.5. 90, 92.5. 390, 2.5. 2.5. 390, Simpson 35. Simpson 35. 310, 15, 310, 15. 310, 15 on the money, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 335, 35, 40, 345, 350, 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, 345, Troy number 3, Troy 3. 7 here, 340, now 5, 340, now 5, money, 5, 50, 355, 355, 355, 60, 60, 355, 360, 60, 355, Troy 21. All right, from Sterling City. What about 70 head of them? Okay, gonna hold the red one, Jody pointed at there. A little rough on top. 295, nice 7.5. Nice 7.5. $3, $3, but a 2, nice 7.5. $3, 2.5. 302.5. 5, but a 305. 305. 7.5. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 12.5. 3, 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 3 and 10. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 310. Capital number 31. 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, money 2.5, 320 on the money 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320 capital 35. Okay, steers right off of them. 315, 17.5, 315, 17.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 35, 37.5, 40, 340, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 350, 50, 2.5, 355, 55, 55, 52, 5, 7.5, 360, 2.5, 5, 360, 7.5, 70, 370, 2.5, 5, 5, 375, 375, 375, 372.5, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7.5, 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, steers, 12.5, money, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, 312.5, 312.5, 312.5, 312.5, 310, Troy 6, Troy 6. Every kind. 7.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, money 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, African 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5. Let's go. 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Troy number. Show your weight on them. 7.5, 340, now 5, 340, now 5, money 5, 50, now 5, 355, 355, 60, 365, 70, 75, 75, 80, 5, 90, 5, 4, 5, 10, 15, 420, 5, 30, 435, 40, 440, 440, 440, 440, 440, 435, Troy 21. 70, $2.60, now 2.5, 260, 2.5, 7, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 7, 90, 2.5, 85, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 97.5, 297.5, $3, $3, 2.5, 35, 305, 7, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, shoat number 8. 7, 290, now 2.5, 5, 7.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 317.5, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, Troy 1. 70, $2.70, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, on the money, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 75, 75, 7.5, 80, 80, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 585, 7.5, 287, 287, 287, 287, 90, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, Troy 26. Every kind, $3, now 2.5, $3, now 2.5, money, 2.5. Money's down, 2.5, 305, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 3, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 79, 20, 320, 320, 2.5, 5, 25, 27, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 7.5, 337.5, 335, Troy number 1. 7.5, 330, now 5, 330, money, 5, 40, 5, 50, 50, 350, now 5, 355, 355, 65, 370, 5, 375, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 85, $4.5, $4.5, 10, 15, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 415, Troy number 21. 7.5, 360, now 5, 360, now 5, money 5, 360, now 5, now 5, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 365, 7.5, 7.5, 365, D&D, 35. 7 here, $3, now 10, 15, 310, 15, 310, 15, with a bit of money, 15, with a 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, capital 35, 35, 45, cap 45. Two big ones, two big ones, two big ones, 7 2 89 2 and a half 5. 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 85, 2 85, two big ones, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 85, 85, 2 8 2 and a half. Nolan number 26. Sell a red steer. 7 here, 320, now 5, 320, now 5, money 5, but a 325, 30, 35, but a 40, but a bit of 5, 50, 350, now 5, 60, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 70, but a bit of 5, 80, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 90, but a bit of 90, 90, 90, 90, but a bit of 90, 385, D and H, 38. Seven or 260, now 5. 260 on the money, now 5. A bit of 260, now 5. 260, 2 and a half, 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 5. 65, 70, 70, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, a bit of 7 and a half. 275, Nolan 29. $320, $220, now 5. 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 $220 on money 5. $225, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. $220 fry number 5. Okay, they have fishing 7, triangle 5. So too good. 290, now 5. 290 on money 5. 290, now 5. $3, $3, 5. $5, 5, $3, 5 on to them. $3, now 5. 5, 5, 5. $3, capital number 94. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. Money 5, but a $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 now 5. 5, 5, 10, 15, but a 20, but a 5, but a 30, but a 5, but a 40, but a 240. 240, but a 40, but a you're out of there. 240 now 5. 245. 245. 240 now 550. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. Got a bid 5, but a 255. 60, but a 5, but a 5. 260A, the letter A. Number 2. A number 2. 280 now 5, 280 now 5, 280 now 5, 2 to 5, money 5, but a 280 now 5, 2 to 5, 90, but a 90, but a 5, 95, $3, but a $3, 5, but a 10, but a 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, but a 5, 325, 25, 25, 25, 25, 320, capital 42, capital 42, $2.70 now 5, 270 now 5, 270, money 5, and 80, but a 5, and 90, but a 5, but now $3, but a 5, $3, 5, 10, 15, but a 15, 20, but a 5, 325, 30. 5, but a 335, 40, but a 5, but a 45, 345, 340, EC 47. Two to 5, 87 and a half, 2 to 5, 87 and a half, 90, 290, 295, 95, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 10, but a $10 in, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 307 and a half, Nolan 56. 7 and a half, but a 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 295, 95, 95, 97 and a half, $3, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, but a 10, but a $10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, Cliffy 4. 7 ahead, 170, now 5. 170 on the 95, 85, 95, now $2.95, 10, 15, 20, better, 2, 25, 30, 5, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 5, 245, 5, 5, 50, 250, now 5, 255, 250, lady 95, lady 95. 330, now 5, 330, almighty 5, 335, 335, 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, 355, 65, 375, 80, 5, 90, 5, $4, 5, $4, D&D 35. All right, Albert Cadillac have been waiting 60 days. Had 2 rounds, live virus and anthrax. That's 7 half, 315, 317 half, 315, 7 20, 320, but a 2 and a half, but a 2 and a 5, 5, 5, 25, 27 half, 3, 27 half, 3, 27 half, 30, 3, 30, but a 30, 32 and a half, 2 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 and a half, 5, 31, 2, 31, 2, 33, 34, 334, 5, 35, 35, 334, Simpson, 37. 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, $3, now 2 to 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, but a 20, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, but a 3, 27 and a half, 30, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 37 and a half, but a 40, 340, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, 50, but a 52 and a half, 55, 355, 55, 55, 355, 55, 55, 352 and a half, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 here, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a 5, 97 and a half, now $3, 2 and a half, 3, 5, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 315, Simpson 38, Simpson 38 with the 37. 38. Troy 6. Backside. 7, 7, 7, 7. Simpson 37, 38's together. 340, now 5, money 5, 55, 60, but 5, but a 75, but a 80, but a 380, 85, 85, 90, 90, 95, but a $4, $4, 395 D&D 35. So you got them pretty good right here. 7 here, 270, now 2 and a half, 5, but a 275, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, but a 7 and a half, 10, but a 10, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, 15, but about 15, 15, 15, 15, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 3, 12 and a half, show number 8. 7 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 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 310 D&D number 26. 7 and a half, $3, 20, now 5, 320, now 5, money 530, now 5, now 40, now 5, now 53, 55, 65, but a 75, but a 80, but a 5, 395, but a $4, but a 5, but a 10, but a 15, 420, now 5, now 30, now 5, now 40, 445, 445, 440, D&D 20. 305, 7.5, 305, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 315, 315, 79, 20, 2.5, now 2.5, 2.5, 25, 1, 2, 3, 21, 2, 321, $2, T, with the $2, now 21, 2, 322, 321, Troy 1. Okay, had 2 rounds 8 way. 2 Charlotte steers. 7.5, $3 now 5. $3 now money now 5. $3 now 5. 10 and then 15, 15, 20 with the 20. 320, 325 with the 22 and a 5, 25, 25, 27 and a half. 30 with the bit of 330, 2.5 with the 5 with the 35, 37 and a half. 337 and a half, 337 and a half. 335, Troy 6. 7.5, 260 now, 360 now 5. On the money now 5, 365, 75, 80, 85, 85, 90, 90, 90, 95, 95, 395, 395, 390, Troy 4. That cow, 125, $26, $125, $126. On the money, $6, $125, $26, $6, $6, $6, 125, Marty 25, Marty 25. Every can 7.5, 330, now 5. 330, money 5, 340, 5, 50, 5, 355, 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 350, Troy 11. $4 now 5, $4 money 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 20, 20, 425, 30, 5, 40, 445, 50, 455, 455, 55, 55, 55, 55, 450, Troy 2. $7.5, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 335, 35, 40, 5, 50, 5, 355, 355, 5, 5, 5, 5, 355, 350, capital number 35. Sell Red Bull, 350 now 5. 350 on the money now 5. 355, 60, 5, 70, 375 at 80, 85 at 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 385, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy, number 4. 7.5, $3, 50 now 5, 350 now 5, 65, 75, 80, 85, 85, 90, 395, $4, 5, 10, 15, 15, 25, 430, 430 now 5, 435, 35, 430, Troy 21. 7 and 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 317, 20, 320, 320, 20, 79, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 320, 379, Troy 1, Troy 1. 7.5, $7.5, $3.50 now 5, $3.50 now 5, 65, 75, 85, 95, 95, $4 5, 410, 15, 20, 25, 30, 25, 40, 5, 445, 445, 440, Troy 21. Seven here, 190 now 2.5, 190, 2.5, 190 on money, 2.5, 5, 95, 97, $2 now 510, 210, 15, 20, 5, 225, 30, 230, 230, 230, 230, 225, show 77. $700, $70 now 5, $270 now 5, $270 on the money now 5, $275, $275, 80, 80, 280, 80, 285, 85, 90, $290, 85, 90, 95, $295, 95, 95, 95, $290, capital 31. Sell 2 big ones there, 2 big ones, $3 now 2.5. On them 5, 7, 8, 10, but them $10, $10, 10, 12 and a half, 15. 315, but them 15, 15, 79, 20, but 320, but 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, Troy number 1. 7 here, 320 now 5, 320 on the money, 535 with the 40 with the 5 with the 50 with the 5 with the 355, 65, 375 with the 80 with the 5 with the 90 with the 5 with the 4 with the 5, 10, 10, 15, 20 with the 5 with the 30 with the 5 with the 435, 430 D&D 20. 7 here, $3.50 now 5, 350 on money now 5, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 555, 55, 55, 55, 355, 355, right here, 355, 60, 360 now 5, 365, 365, 360 Troy 5. Milliken cattle. 325, 7.5, 3 on the money, 7.5, 30, down 2.5, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, bit of 3, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 7.5, bit of 350, now 50, now 50, 2.5, 355, bit of 5, 5, 5, 7.5, 360, 2.5, bit of 360, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 360, 2.5, 360, Troy 6. Two big ones, two big ones, two big ones. 280, now 2.5, 280, 58, 2.5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $3 D&D number 26. 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 15, 7.5, 22 and a half, 325, now 30, 335, 40, 345. 345, 340, Troy 3. 7 here, 330, now 5, 330, on money 5, 45, 45, 50, 355, 355, 360, 355, 365, 360, Troy 6. Here's 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, minus 15, 79, 20, 320, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, Troy number 1, Troy 1. Seven here, $2.16 now 5, 216 now 2 and a. Sell big one, big 2.5, 5, 265. Sell one big one, 2.5, now 5, 265, 265, 5, 262 and a half, Nolan 26. 7 here, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, $3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 335, 40, you do it, 335, 35, 35, 330, EC 551. 7 here, 7 here. Sell the solid black. 310, 15, 310, 15. 310, 15. On the money. 15, 20, 320. Now 2.5, 5. 325, 7.5. 327, 327, 7.5. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 32, 9, 2, 9, 2, 9, 5. 35, 335, 5, 5, 7, 7, 7, 40. 340, 2, 9, 5, 7, 50, 2, 9, 2, 9, 2, 9. 350, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 here, 260, now 5. 260 on the money, now 5. 70, 5, 80, 285. 295, now $3, $3, 5, $3, 5, 10. 15, 20, 320, 5, 30, 30, 5, 35, 40. 340, 340, 335, lady 94, lady 94. $3 now 5, $3 now 5. On money 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 330, 5, 40, 5, 355, 360, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 385, 85, 85. 380, Troy 3. Sell the bull, 270, now 2.5, 2.5. 275, 75, 7.5, 80, 277.5, Nolan 26. Seven or 250 now 2.5, 250, 2.5, 55, 255, 252 and a half, now 55, 55, 252 and a half, Nolan 27. Single jackpot, 7 here, 280, now 208, 246, 88, 90, 292, 94, 96, 98, now $3 due, 304, 302, 304, 302, Nolan 26. It's 360, now 5. 360 on the money, now 570, 85, 80, 380, 85. 85, 90, 90, 93, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95. 390, Troy, number 4. It's having here 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 560, but 5, but it was 70, but 5, but 80, but 380, 85, 85, 90, 95, but 4, but 5, but 10, 15, 20, but 5, but 30, but 5, but 435, 430, Troy 21, Troy 21, Troy 21. 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 85 now 5, now 5, money 5, 385, 380, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 380, Troy 4. Got one big one. 270, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 5, 7.5, 82 and a half, 85, 7, 90, 92 and a half, 97, now $3, 2.5, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 79, but 379, 379, 379, 379, 315, Simpson 38, Simpson 38. 7 here, 7.5, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 55, 85, 2.5, 2.5, 85, 87, 287 and 90, 2.5, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 292 and a half, Nolan 26, Nolan 26. We got three big ones there. Sell 3 big ones there. 340 now 5, 340 now 5, 340. 340 now 5, 3 big ones. 340 now 5, 320 now 5, 320 now 5, 3 big ones. 320 now 5, now 30, 330, 330, 330, 330 now 5, 35, 40, 340, but 45, but 50, 350, 355, 355, 560, 365, 360, capital number 45. 340 now 5, 340 now 5, money 5, 55 and 360 now 5, 65, 70, 75, 75, 75, 375, 75, 75, 370, Troy 2, Troy 2. Sell a big one, 290 now 5, 290 now 5, big one, 290 now 5, 295, 290 now 5, over there, 290 now 5, 290 now 5, 260 now 5, 260 on the money, 570, 5, 275, 80, 80, 85, 25, 85, 90, 290, 290 now 5, 295, 290, capital number 90. $2 now five. $2 now five. $2 now five. $2 now five. $2 five. 10, 15, 20. 220 now five. 225. 225. 30, 30, 30. 230. 230 now five. 235. 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. 238. Aid number 2. Aid number 2, Andy.
Yeah, 140, 140, 140, 140. Yeah.
Okay, hey, you didn't get that one. She's going to take it.
65, 65. Put in 65.
Sell a big steer with the tag. He's a bull. 290 now five. 290 now five. 290 on money now five. 295. Now 3, now 5, now 10, now 15, 315, 310, 15, 20, 25, but a 325, 325, 25, 25, 320, D&D, 5, 3, 7 heifer, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a 5, 5, 5, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 312 and a half, H, number 47. Tell the big one. Big one, 270, now 2.5, 575, 75, 275. Selling the big one, 275, 75, 75, 75, 272 and a half. That'll be Nolan 26, Nolan 26, 330 now 5, 330 now 5, at a 5, at a 330 now money 540, but a bit of 5, 350 now 5, at a 365, at a bit of 365, 360 now 5, at a bit of 5, 360 Cliffy 4. It's happening. 270, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 292, 2.5, 270, 2.5, money 5, and 75, 75, 7.5, 280, but a bit of 2.5, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 7.5, and 90, but about 290, 2.5, 97.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, 2.5, but a bit of 2.95, but a 5, but a 5, but a 5, 302 and a half, D&D 26, $3.50, now 5, 350, now 5, money 5, 355, 355, 65, but a 75, but a 80, but a 5, but a 90, but a 5, now $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, but a bit 20, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 30, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 40, 445, 440, 550, but a 5, but a bit of 455, 450 Troy 21, Troy 21, $2.40 now 5, 240 on money 555, 65 but a 265, 260 now 5, 555 but a bit of 5, 260 Nolan 29. Tell the big one, $3 now 5, $3 now money 5, 10 and 15, 20 but a bit of 5 but a 325, big one 325, 325, 25, 30, 330 now 5 but a bit of 5, 330 Cliffy 4. So little one there, $4.40 now 5, 440 now 5, 440 now 5. Sell the little one there, 440 money 5. 440 now 5, 445, 445, 5, 440 Troy 2. So one big heifer. Oh, there, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 255 money 5, and then 255, 255, 255, 250 showed 8, showed 19. Shoot 19 on her. 310, 15, 310, 15, 15, 20, money, 15, 25, 30, 330, now 5, now 40, now 40, now 5, 345, 55, 355, 360, 55, 365, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, 395, Troy 3, Troy 3, Troy 3, $2.50, now 5, money, 5, 255, 255, 65, 75, 80, 55, 290, 55, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, Nolan 27. Over there, 270, now 5, 270, now money, now 5, 275, 555, 75, 270, Nolan 56, Nolan 56, $3, now 5, $3, money 5, $3, now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 330, H38, 7 hand, $2.60, now 5, 260 on the money, now 5, 265, 265, 55, 260, Nolan 26. So Black Buffalo Sheffer for $3 now 5. $3 now money now 5, 10, 15, 20, 55, 30, 55, 340, 5, 345, 45, 55, 340, EC 44. 7, 290 now 5, 290 on the money now 5, $3, 5, 10, 15, 3, 15, 20, 320, 15, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 320, Troy 1. Okay, Mr. Stevens sold the heifers a while ago. 245, 47 half. 245, 247 half. 245, 247 half. 245, 247 half. 245, 247 half. 247 half. 45, 7 half. 45, 7 half. 245, 247 half. 247 half. On the money, 7 half. 245, 247 half. 247 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half. 245, capital, 17. Schroeder. 350 and a 5, 350 and a 5, 55, 65, 75, 80, 85, 80, 385, 90, $4, $4, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 5, 5, $4, Troy 4. Three big ones sell, three big ones, 340 now 5, 340 on the money, 550, 5, 355, 65, 370, 5, 80, 5, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, 5, 405, 5, 5, 5, 5, $4, Simpson 35, $4 now 5, $4 now money, now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 430. 435, 35, 40, 40, 440, 435, DNH 33, H number 3, H number 3. 375, 80, 375, 88, money 80, 375, 80, 85, 85, 90, 90, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, 5, 405, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, $4, 5, $4, 5, $4, 5, $4, Troy 4. 410, 415, and I'm 4 and 10, 15, on money 15, 410, 415, and a bit of 15, 20, and a bit of 420, 25, and a bit of 425, 30, 430, 430, 435, and a bit of 35, 35, 35, 435, 435, 435, 430, Troy 2. Okay, not on the right side. 240 now 5. 240 now 5. 240 on money 5. 50, 250 now 5. 260, 5, 65, 70, 270, 260, 75, 280, 85, 285, 90, 95, $3, $3, 5, $3, 5, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 20, 320 now 5, 30, 30, 5, 40, 340, 340, 335, Troy, straight Troy. With the nines. Hubbard cattle, 7.5, $3 now 2.5, $3 now 2.5. I'm going to 2.5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 3, 17.5, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 315, Troy 1. Everything 7.5, $3.25, so now 30, 325, money 35, 40, now 5, now 50, now 5, now 65, 70, 5, 375, 75, 75, 75, 75, 370, D&D 20. Light and good. 7 here, 360, now 5. Hold one. Hold on, everybody. 360 now 5, now 70, now 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, $4, $4, 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, holding 1, 430, 30, 30, 30, 30, 430, 425, Troy number 2-1. Sell half for everybody, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, 10, 15, 20, 320, now 5, now 30, 30. 330, 330, now 5, 335, 40, 340, 40, 40, 40, 40, 340, 335, H27, $2.70, now 5, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 270. 5 money 5 270 2.5 270 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 270 2.5 2.5 5 75 7.5 280 2.5 8 2.5 2.5 2.5 85 85 7.5 2.7.5 90 290 90 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 290 EC number 6-1 7.5 7 280 now 2.5 280 now 2.5 280 2.5 280 now 2.5 280 2.5 280 2.5 2.5 2.5 5 85 85 285 85 85 85 280 2.5 A number 2 A3 on them A3 A2 305, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 3, 7.5, $10, 10, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315, 12.5, 17.5, 20, 322.5, 2.5, 25, 25, 25, 325, 322.5, EC 551. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, on money, 5, 335, 35, 40, 5, 50, 55, 360, 55, 60, 360, 360, 355, H38. $7 $3.40 now 5 $3.40 now 5 at a 340 on money 5 345 5 5 at a 45 45 45 345 340 capital 45. Okay, show 3 yet over there. 305, 7.5, 3, 7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 307 and a half, $10, 10, 3, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, $10, 10, 307 and a half, D&D 5-3. Two wide ones, 7 or 270, now 5, money 5, 275, 75, 275, 75, 75, 275, 270, capital 31. So 240 now 5, 240 on money now 5, 240 now 5, 245, both of them, 240 now 5, 240 now 5, now 5, now 5, 55, 55, 240, Nolan 26. Okay, Trish Pavo's from Fort Stockton. There's a load of them. 23 heading this first deal. Okay, this half of them, we'll show you the rest. All right, that's half of them, we'll show you the rest. Tres Pavos. There they are, 23 hit them. 320, not 2.5, 320 on the money, not 2.5, 327 and a half, 330, 30, 2.5, 2.5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 38, 337, 8, 9, 339, 38, 9, 40, 341, 2, 3, 340, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 346, 5, now 6, 345, 46, $6, 6, 345. Troy, show your weight on them. They go to Troy. All right, Eliminated Big Brothers. 305, 37 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 20, 3, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, 5, 325, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 330, now 1, 31, 31, 31, 31, 331, 331, 1, 330, Troy, 24. $2.90, not $2.90, $2.95, $95, $95, $2.50, $95, $97 and a half, $7 and a half, $3, $2.90, $302 and a half, $307 and a half, $7 and a half, $10, $10, $10, $10, $10, $310, $310, $12 and a half, $12 and a half, $12 and a half, $12 and a half, $15, $315, $313, $14, $14, $14, $13, $14, $314, $314, $314, $313, Troy, 24. $13 in. 340, now 5, 340, now 5, money 5, 50, 55, 360, 55, 360, now 5, 365, 5, 70, 5, 75, 80, 80, 385, 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 87 and a half, 385, 87 and a half, 385, 87 and a half, 387 and a half, 387 and a half, 385, Troy 5. Seven, 360, now 5, 360, money 5, 5, 5, 365, 5, 5, now 5, 360, Troy 4. What happened to him? Oh, hell. Rex Bland over at Abilene County. Seven here, 7 370, now 5, 375. Shell one of them, Jody, your choice. 75, 80, 375, 80, 80. One or both. 80, 75, 80, 80, 80, 380, 375. Troy number 2, 4, Troy 4, Troy 4, Troy 4. 7 $3, 10, 15, 310, 315, 310, 315, 310, 350, money 15, 315, 315, 315, 315, 315, 310, Cliffy 4. Okay, 7 half, but 2 little ones, two little ones there. $3, now 2.5. 3, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 7.5, 7, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17, 17.5, 17.5, 3, 7, 20, 20, 3, 20, 3, 20, 3, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 27.5, 30, 3, 32.5, 2.5, 330, Troy 1, $2.70, now 2.5, 270 on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, H, 71. 7 ahead, 290, now 2.5, 597 half, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 5, 307 half, 7, 8, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, EC 61, EC 61. It's happening at 290, now 2.5, 290, but made money 2.5, 290, 597 half, but a $3, but a 2.5, 5, 3, 7, 5, 5, 7 half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, Troy 1. Seven head, 270, now 5, 270, now money, now 5, 75, 75, 75, 280, 285, 285, 90, 5, $3, 5, 10, 10, 15, 15, 315, 315, 315, 310, D&D 26. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 330, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 40, 2 and a half, 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 340, 2 and a half, 340, Troy 3. 7 and a half, 3, 2 more, 340, now 5, 340 on money, 5, 340, now 5, pick two you like, 340, 2 and a half, 340, 2 and a half, 5, 47 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 360, 360, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 70, 370, 367 and a half, D&D number 4. 7 here, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 75, 75, 275, 80, 280, 285, 285, 90, now 5, 295, $3, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 315, 315, 315, 310, A, number 2. 7 and a half, it's the big one. 1 big one. 230, now 5. 230, now 5. 235, 40, now 5, now 50, now 5, now 255. 265, 65, 75, 80, 5. 290, 95, 95, now 5, $3, 5. 305, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, $10, 10. 305, EC 47. 7 here, $2.50, now 5. 255, money 5, 255, 265, 75, 80, 280, 280, 85, 85, 90, 290, 5, 95, $3, with the better 5, with the 10, with the $10, 15, 20, with the 320, with the better 5, with the 30, with the better 335, 40, with the better 5, with the better 50, with the better 55, 360, 365, 70, with the better 70, 75, with the 375, 80, 80, with 80, 375, Russell 3, $2.60, now 5, 260 on the money, now 5. 75, 85, 90 with a 5, but a $3 with a 5, but a $3 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 320, 320, 315, show number 8. Set, showed 8. Set the red over there, 320, now 5, 320 on the money, now 5, 30, 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 330, Troy 5. Sell the black, 3 $3.95. $3 on my 5, 10, 15, 20 with the 5, and a 330 with the 5, and a 40 with the 5, and a 355, 365, and a 375, and a 80 with the 5, and a 85, 385, 85, 85, 380 Troy 2, 7 here, 280, now 5, 280 with the 5, 285, 90. 90, 285, 90, 90, 90, 90, 290, 285, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 5, now $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $2.95, Brian Hoffman. Sale one, big one, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, $3 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, one big one, $5 5, 305 10, 315, 320, now 5, 325, 325, 325, 320, capital number 34. 7 here, 390 now 5, 390 now 5, money 5, $4 now 5, 10. 10, 10, 10, 15, 20 with a bit of 425, 430 with a bit of 5 with a minimum number 435, 35, 35, 430 Troy 2. Seven here, 350 now 5, 355, 60, 5, 75, 80, bit of 5, 90, bit of 5, $4, 5, and a 10, bit of 15, bit of 415, 20, 425, 30, bit of 430, now 5, bit of 40, bit of 440, 435 Troy 21. 7 here, 350 now 5, 355, 60, bit of 355, 65, 75, 80, bit of 80, bit of 5, 90, 95, $4, bit of 5, bit of 10, 410, 15, bit of 15, 15, 15, 415, 410 Troy 2. 421. Troy 21. $315, 79, $315, 79, $317, 20, with a bit of 320, 320, 20, 20, with a bit of 320, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, 25, with a 325, 3, 4, with a 323, 4, 5, 325, 5, 5, with a bit of 25, 25, 25, 26, 326, 6 out of it, 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a bit of 7, not a 7, not a 7, 8, 328, 28, 28, 29, $9, 33, 30, 31, a bit of 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 332, 332, 331, Troy 1. Heifers 320, now 5, 320, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, but a 30, but a bit of 330, 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, but a bit of 340, 2 and a half, 345, but a bit of 7 and a half, 50, but a bit of 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 57 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 70, but a 370, 370, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 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 370, Troy 3. 7, 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 290, now 5, money 5, 290, now 5, now 95, 95, 95, 95, now $3, about a 5, 10, and 15, a bit of 15, 20, with a bit of 320, 315, Cliffy 4. 7 half, $3.20, now 5, 320, now 5, with the money 5, at a 320, now 530, 30, with a 330, 330, 335, at a 5, at a 40, with a bit of 345, 45, 45, 340, capital 35. Sure can. Good ones. 290. Now 2 and a half. 5. 295. 929. Now 5. Now 5. Now better 95. 7 and a half. $3. $3. $3. 2 and a half. But a bit of 2 and a half. But a 305. 305. 7 and a half. 7 $10. $10. $10. 312 and a half. 15. But a 15. 79. But a 79. 37 20. 320. 2 and a half. Now 5. But a 25. 25. 25. 27 and a half. 327 and a half. 327 and a half. 327 and a half. 325. Simpson 37. 7 and a half, $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, with a bit of 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 315, Troy 6. $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, but $3 5, but $5, but $3 5, $3 5, $3 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 315, 310. Troy 4. 24. Troy 4. Troy 4. 7.5, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17, 79, 20, 320, 2 and a half, now 5 at a 25, 7 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, 35, 30, 35, 7 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 350, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 355, 352 and a half, capital 45. 7 and a half, 270, now 5, 270, now 5. Money, 5, 275, 275, 270, capital 34. 7 and a half, 350, now 5, 350. You hold anyone you don't like. 350, now 5, 350 on money, 5, 355. 60, 365, 370, 375, 75, 75, 80, 80, 385, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 385, 380, Troy 2. $7 here, $3.95, money 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, now 5, now 40, 340, now 5, 50, 50, 355, 360, 5, 70, 75, 80, 380, 80, 80, 80, 75, 80, 80, 80, 80, 375, Russell 3. Whitehead Cadillac we've been selling. Load up from Del Rio, boys. 305, 37 and a half, money 7 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, out to go, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 305, D&D 53. $335, 37 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 337 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 340, 340, 335. You didn't do it. 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 335. Capital number 35. Seven and a half, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 355, high 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, 3 on the money, 560, 365, 365, 360, H 38. Little boy. 7 and a half, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 85 now 5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 380, 5, 90, 385, 90, 385, 90, 390, 90, 90, 90, 385, Troy 2. 270 now 5, 270 now 5, money 5, 270, 80, 5, 90, 5, $3, 5, $3, 5, 10, 50, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 305, EC 551. 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 80, 5, 90, 295, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, Nolan, number 26. It's on a 216 now 5. 216 now 5. 555 at a 265. 216 now 5. 55 at a Sell black 265 70. 270 on the black. 270 970 970 970. 265 Nolan 26. Nolan 26, 280 now 5, 280 now 5, 280 but it 5, 285, 285, money 5, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 280, capital number 17. Evercan, 7.5, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, 7.5, $3, now 2.5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 320, 20, 20, 79, 20, 320, 320, 317.5, Troy 3. Here, 330, now 5, 330, almighty 5, 40 with a bit of 5, and 50 with a bit of 5, and 60 with a 5, and 370 with a bit of 75, 75, 80, 80 with a 5, and 85, 90, 90, 95 with a 5, with a 5, 4, 4, 5, 4, 5, 10, and 15 with a bit of 20 with a bit of 5, and a bit of 30 with a bit of 5, 435, 35, 35, 35, 430, Troy 21. Seven, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 95, 95, 95, 95, 7.5, 7.5, 7, $3, $3, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 305, 3.7, 7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Troy 1. 7.5, $3 now 2.5, $3 now 2.5, 305, 305, 3, 2.5 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, but 17.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 25, 25, 25, 322.5, H47. 7.5, 270 now 2.5, 2 to 70 now 2 to 5, 75, 2.5 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 7.5, 80 but 2.5 but 5 but 7.5, 90 but 2.5 but 5, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 3, 2.5, 3, 7.5, 10 but 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 12.5, EC. Show your weight on them. Go to $6.15, I think. $6.15. 83, pick 3 like 340 now 5, 340 now 5. You sell 2 of them, Jody? 2 of them, 340 on the money now 5. Pick 2 you like, 340 now 550 now 5. 360, now 5, now 70, now 5, 80, but 5, but 85, 90, 95, but 95, $4, 5, $4, 5, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 5, 30, but 5, but 40, but 440, 435, that'll be Troy 21. So select one now. 250 now 5. 250 on the money 5. 65 but a 260 now 575. 85, 95, $3, 5, 10, 15, 25, 30 but a 5. 335, 45, 55 but a 365 but a 75. 380 but a 5 but a 90 but a 5 but a $4 but a $4, 5. 405, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15 but a 20. 425, 30 but a 430, 430. 425 that'll be H31. Okay. Watch how it gets around. 110, now 15. 110, 115. 110 on the money, 15. Now 20, now 30, now 40, now 50. 150 by the pound, 160, 170, 180, 180. 180 by the pound. 180, 180, 80, 90, $2, now 10, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260 by the pound. 260, 250A. Number 2. 7 315 now 5 money 5 65 75 85 95 $4 5 but a 10 but a 15 but a 20 but a bit of 5 430 but a 5 but a bit of 430 540 but a 5 but a 50 but a bit of 450 450 445 Troy 21. Sell the red, little red. 7 here. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. 10, 15, 25, 35, 45. 350, 55, 360, 5, 370, 5, 80, 5, 85, 90, 90, 395, $4, $5, $4 now 5, 10, 4, 4, 5, 10, 4, 15, 4, 20, now 5, 4, 25, 30, 4, 30, now 5, 4, 35, 40, 4, 40, 4, 35, Brian Hoffman. 7 here, 350 now 5, 350 on the money now 5, 355, 65, 75, 85, 95, $4 5, $4 5, 10, 15, 20, 425, 425, 25, 25, 30, 430 now 5, 35, 35, 430, H31. Over there, 7 half, 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 7 half, 30, 330, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 7 half, 40, 2.5, 5, 45, 45, 345, 342 and a half, Cliffy 4. 7 half, 315 now 5, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5, 355, 355, 5, 5, 5, 5, 85, 350, H3. 7 half, 315 now 5, money 5, 65, 75, 85, 95, $4 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 40, 5, 445, 440 now 5, 445, 440, Troy 21. So big one, 280 now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 287 half, 85, 87 half, 287 half, 87 half, 87 half, 285, EC 49. EC 49s with the 51s, 551s. EC 49 with the 551s. 49s and 551s. $330 now 5. $330 now 540. 45, 50, 355, 360, 360, 55, 60, 60, 360, 355, A number 2, A number 2. 7 here, 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 2 big ones. 330 now 5, money 5, 45, 50, 5, 360. 360, 55, 60, $5, 365, 570, 370, 5, 375, 375, 370, Cliffy 4. Jerkin 7 half, 340, now 5, 340 on money 5, 5, 45, 50, now 5, now 60, now 5, 370, 375, 75, 75, 75. Many more as you want, 375, 372 and a half, 372 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. 370, Troy 4. Got 2 more coming. 7 here, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 340, 345, 50, 5, 360, 5, 70, 370, 370, 365, Troy 5. 7 here, 3, 10, 15, 3 and 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 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 15, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 7, 20, 3, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 330, capital 90. 7 here, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5, 355, 60, 55, 70, 55, 75, 375, 5, 370, D&D 20. It's 7 and a half, $3, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, capital 35. 7 here, 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 30, now 2.5. 330, now 2.5. 330, 2.5. 2.5, money, 2.5. 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 330, 2.5. 330, capital 45. Seven here, 270, now 5. 270 on the money, now 5, at 80, bit of 5, at 90, bit of 5, at $3, bit of $3, 5, 10, 3, 10, 15, 20, bit of 20, 20, 20, 3, 20, 3, 20, 3, 15, H 47. Seven here, $3.40, now 5. 340, now 5. Money 5, and a minute 45. 345, and a minute 5, 5, 5, 5, and a minute 45, 45, 53, 53, 55, 355, 365, and a 70, and a minute 5, and a minute 75, 375, 5, 5, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 375, Troy 21. Seven here, 260, now 5. 265, money 5, 260, now 5. 260, now 5. 5, 5, 5, 265, 265, 260, Nolan 26. Seven here, $2.40, now 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 240, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. One by one of them. 240, 2.5. On the money, 2.5. 240, 2.5. 240, capital 30, cap 17, cap 17. Seven here, $2, now 5. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. $2.5, $2.5, $2.5, money 5. $2.5, 5, 5, 205. $2, Letty 94, 95 in it. Letty 95. Lady 95. Hold one if you need to. Seven here. 270, now 2.5. 270, now 2.5. Hold one, everybody. 270, 2.5. 270, now 2.5. 270, now 2.5. 2.5, 2.5. Still choice in. 270, 2.5. Pick what you like. 270, 2.5. Money 2.5. 270, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 270, EC 61. EC 61. $230, now 2.5. $230, now 2.5. $230, now 2.5. $230, mid 2.5. $230, 2.5. $230, 2.5. $230, 2.5. $230, 230, 2.5. $230, 2.5. Right here, $230, 2.5. Money 2.5. $230, 2.5. $230, A2, A number 2. Seven here, 240, now 5. 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 245. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. 10, 10 5, 10, 15, 20, 220, 225, 225, 230, 230, now 5. 235. 235, 40, 240, 240, 245, 245, 245, 240, A number 2. Seven hand, 145, 47, 145, 147, 145, 147. Money, seven, $9.49, 151, 151, 53, 153, 53, 5, 55, 55, 55, 5, 5, 153, Marty, 13. Seven hand, 175, 77, $9.09, 179, $9.09, 81, 83, 85, 185, 185, 85, 87, 89, 91, 93, 95, 97, 99, 201, 2035, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 219, 219, 219, 219, 217, Nolan, 29. Two or more. Pick to you like 330, now 5. 330, 545, and a 50, 55, and a 355, 65, 360, 355, 360, with a bit of 60, 355, Wilfred will leave. He wants them all. $2.90, not $2.90, on money, $2.95, 95, 97, half, $3 now, 5, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, with a bit of 325, 330, with a bit of 30, 30, 330, 330, 330, 325, capital number 17. Seven and a half, $3 now, 5, $3 now, 5, $3 money, 5, 305, Charlotte, 5, 10, 15, 20, with a 5, but a 325, 30, 330, 30, 30, with a bit of 325, 30, 30, 30, 30, 325, Troy, 4, 7 and a half, but a $2, 60, now 5, 260, now 5, money, 5, 70, 275, 270, now 5, 270, Nolan, 56, Nolan's on the scales. Two more, 289, 2.5, 28, 205, 85, 85, pick T like A7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, at a 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, at a 5, at a 3, 5, 3, 7 and a half, 10, and a bit 10, 12 and a half, 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 310, Troy 1. Hold your ticket, sell the tag, 230, now 2.5, 230 on money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but a 230, 2.5, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 240, 2.5, but a bit of 40, 2.5, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 247 and a half, 250, 250, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 250, 871 on the scales. Sell black, $2.70, now 5. 270, now 5, and a black money, 5. Two black one, 280, 85, 290, now 5, now $3, now 5, now 10, now 10, now 15, 20, but a 5, but a 325, 25, 25, 25, 30, but a 5, but a 35, 330, EC number, EC 47. 7 and a half, $3.16, now 5, 365, money, 575, 80 with a 5, but an 85, 390, 5, but a bit of $4, but a 5, but a $4, 5, 10, but a 15, but a bit 25, but a 30, but a bit of 5, 435, 430, D&D 20. Two heifers, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, 290, on the money, 5, but then 95, 95, 95, 3, two heifers, 295, 295, 295, 290, EC 47. 7 half, but a bit of 7 half, but a $3.20, now 5, 320, now 5, but a 320, now 5, 325, but a 25, 30, 330, 330, 330, 335, but a bit of a 40, 45, 55, 65, 375, 75, 75, 75, 378, 38, $290, $290, $290, $290 on the money, $5, $3, $5, $10, $15, $20, $5, $330, $5, $35, $335, $330. Cliffy, 4. 270, now 5, 270 on the money, 5 at 275, 5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 270, Nolan, 27. Seven half, 280, not 2.5, 280, 2.5, 7.5, 287 half, 285, 7 half, 287 half, 87 half, 7 half, 7 half, 87 half, 285, D&D 5.3. Everything $7.7, $2.80, not 2.5, 280, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, but 2.5, 5, 95, 7, $3, $3, 2.5, 5, but 3.7, 7, 3.7, 3.7, 305, capital 94. $3, 10, 12.5, 3, 10, 12.5, 15, 7.5, 17, 20, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 30, but 2.5, but 5, but 37.5, but 40, 340, 2.5, 5, but 7.5, 50, but 353, 52.5, 355, 357.5, 360, 2.5, 5, but 5, 360, 2.5, D&D 20. $320. Okay, gonna hold one. 320, 10, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310 on the money, 12.5. 310, 312.5, 310, 12.5. Pretty good shape right here. 312.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315. Now 17.5, 317.5. 317.5, 20, but 320, 320, 320, 320, 20, but 20, but 20, but 18, 19, 318, 319, 19, 19, 318, 319, 19, 19, 19, 318, Troy 1. D&D Ranch. Tell you like I'm here, a nice set of cattle. Seven half, 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, money 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but 320, 2.5, 320, 5, but 25, 27, 8, 27, 8, 30, 330, 2.5, but 330, now 2.5, 335, 35, 2.5, now 535, 7.5, 337 half, 337 half, 7 half, 7 half, 35, 7 half, 337 half, 335, Troy, show your weight on them. $31.92. All right, 280, now 2.5, 280, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280 on the money, now 2.5, 85, 87 at 90, 290, 2.5, 295, 95, 95, 297 half, $3, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 305, 305, 57 half, 7 half, 307 half, 307 half, 307 half, 305, capital 94. African, 7.5, 350, now 5, 350, now 5, 65, 75, 80, 55, 90, 5, 4, 5, 405, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 425, 425, 425, 425, 420, Troy, 21. 290, now 295, 295, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 295, 295, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, out to go, 295, 292 and a half, Nolan 26. Okay, stuck it leg. So you're buying four head. 290, 2.5, 290, 257 half, 297 half, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, 297 half, $3, $3, $3, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 305, 7 half, 37 half, 7 half, 10, 310, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17 half, 317 half, 320 with about 20, 22 and a half, 322 and a half, with a 2 and a half, 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 2 and a half. 320, Cliffy 4, 270, now 2.5, now 575, 275, 2.5, 75, 272 and a half, Nolan 56, Nolan 56. Okay, hold in one. Hold in one, 330, now 2.5. 330 on the money, 2.5. 330, 2.5. 330, 2.5. 2.5, out to go 5. 35, 37 half, 40, 340, 2.5. 2.5, 5, 45, 47 half, 350, 350, 350, 2.5. 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 350, Cliffy 4. Sell one by the scales there. 270 now 5. 270 now 5. 270 now 2.5. 270 2.5. On the money. 2.5. 270 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 270 capital 31. Heaven here, 280, now 2.5, 2.5. Yeah, all bulls on 2.5, 2.5, 8, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 282 and a half, Nolan 27. Seven half, 330, 80 now 5, 380 now 5, 85, money 5, 380 now 5 at 85, 85, 85, 55, 55, 385, 385, 380 Troy 2. African. $702.50 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 on the money 5, 255, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 60, 5, 75, 80, 5, 90. 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, EC 49. So two bulls, 72.90, now 2.5. 290 on the money, 2.5. 290, but debate 2.5. 290, 2.5, 290, 2.5. 290, capital 31. $73 now, 2.5. 3, 0, 2.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 3, 17.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 3, 27.5, 3, 27.5, 325, Troy 1. Oh. Okay, settle big heifer. 7 hand, 130, now 2, 131, down to 1, 131, 2, 4, 6, 38, 138, 140, 42, 142, 2, 142, 4, 2, 4, 6, a bit of 6, 6, 8, 150, 150, 152, 54, 54, 56, 58, 160, 2, 2, 2, 4, 6, a bit 8, 8, 70, 172, 4, 74, 74, 74, 6, 78, 80, 180, 178, show 99. 7 here, 370, now 5. 370 on the money, now 5. 75, 75. 375, 375, 5, 5, 5, 5. 370, Troy 4. 7 hand, 350, now 5. 350 on the money, now 5. 65, 75, 80, 80, 5, 85, 90. 395, 95, $4, $4, $5, 10, $10, 15, 20, 425, 30, 5, 40, 440, 440, 430, 45, 445, 440, Troy 21. Sell little one, sell one little heifer there, 350, now 5, 350, now 5, money 5, 355, 65, 375, 80, 55, 90, 55, 95, $4, 5, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 415, 415, 420, now 20, now 5, now 5, now 30, 435, 435, 430, Russell 3. Heifer over there, 350, now 5. 350, now 5. 355, 60, 5, 70, 5, 380, 80, 75, 80, 80, 80, 375, Wilford Wildy, $3.70, now 5. 375, 80, 80, 5, 90, 90, 90, 395, 95, 95, $94, $4.5, $4.5, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 415, 415, 415, 420, 420, now 5. 425, 425, 425. 430, 430, now 5, 35, 35, 430, Brian Hoffman, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, money 5, 85, 285, 90, 5, $3, $5, 5, 10, 15, 25, 325, 30, 30, 330, 325, capital 42, cap 42. 7 hand, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, 5, 40, 5, 55, 365, but it's X, 65, 75, but 3, 75, 80, 85, 90, but 5, but 4, but 5, but 10, but 10, 15, 20, 425, 30, but 5, but 435, 35, 430, H31, $4, now 5, $4, now 5, 10, 45, 10, $45, 10, 15, 20, 425, 425, 30, 435, 45, 445, 55, 455, 460, 465, 70, 75, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85, 480, and that'll be fry number 20, fry 20, started with the 5, with the 5. Heifer over there, 350, now 5. 355, 60, 365, 75, 85, 95. 95, $4 now, $4 now 5. $4 now 5, 10, 4 and 10, $10, 15, 15, 15, 415, 420, 420, now 5, 25, 25, 420, A number 2, A number 2. All right, 2 big ones, you can take them all. 360, now 5. 370, now 5. 85, 90, 55, $4, 5. $4, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 20, 420, now 5, 30, 430, now 5, 40, 445, 450, 50, 54, 55, 455, 465, 460, Troy 2. $3.70, now 5, 380, 370, 580, 80, 370, 85, 95, $4, $4, now 5, 405, 410, 410, 410, 410, 410, 15, 20, 420, now 5, 25, 30, 430, 430, 430, 430, 430, 425, Wilford Wilding. Okay, tickle cattle. Okay, don't get the tag. You're buying 3 head over there. Not the tag. Oh, there, 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, money 5, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, Simpson 36. Seven, 340, now 2.5, 2 blacks, 42.5, 340, 2.5, money 2.5, selling 2 blacks, 42.5, 340, 2.5, 345, 345, 7.5, 347, 8, 45, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 345, Simpson 36, 7.5, 320, now 5, 325, 30, 5, 40, 45, 345, 350, 5, 355, 60, 360, 360, 355, Troy 5, 7.5, $3.10, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17.5, 20, 2.5, now 5, 25, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 40, 2.5, 45, 45, 345, 345, 342.5, D&D 50. 7.5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 40, 5, 50, 355, 360, 60, 2.5, now 2.5, 365, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 370, 2.5, 2.5, 75, 7.5, 377, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 375, Troy 5. Everkind 270, now 5, 275, 85, and 85, 90, 55, and 95, $3, $3, 5, 310, 10, 15, 15, 20, now 5, 325, 25, 320, Troy 1. Two more, two more, two more, 2 or more. 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 7.5, 82 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 90, but 2 and a half, but 95, 97 and a half, $3 now, 2.5, 5, 35, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, 310, 310, 307 and a half, EC 6-1. 7 here, 250, now 2.5, 250, 2.5, 55, 55, 55, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, $60, 260, 260, 257 and a half, 871. Seven here, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, capital, 35. 7 here, $3.20, now 5, 320, 5, 320, now 5, 320, money, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 350, 355, 355, 360, 65, 70, 370, 5, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 95, $4, $395, A, number 2, A2. $3 now 5, 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 5, money 5, 305, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 325, 325, 325, 30, 35, 35, 40, 5, 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 345, A, number 2. 7.5, $3 now 2.5, $3 money, 2.5, 3.5, 3.7.5, 3.7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 20, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 325, 2.5, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 322.5, capital, 34. Okay, hold one big one. 7 here, 7.5, 340 now. 340 now 5. 340 on money now 5. 50. 350 now 5. 355. 360. 65. 70. 5. 375. 80. 80. 380. 380. 375. Troy 5. 7 here. 320 now 5. 320 on the money 5. 30. 5. 40. 5. 345. 50. 350 now 50 now 5. 60. 360. 360. 355. Troy 6. $3 now 5. $3.50 now 40 now 5. 340 now 5. Money 5. 345. 345. 345. 345. 340. Troy 4. $2.60 now 5. $2.60 now 5. Money 570. 270. 5. 80. 5. 285. 90. 90. 285. 90. 90. 90. 290. 285. Nolan 29. Sell little one there. 350 now 5. 350 on the money now 5. 355. 355. Sell the little one. 355, 55, 350. Troy number 2. Troy 2. Sell the tag right here. $2.50 now 5. 250 now 5. Turn 50 now 5. Turn 50 on the money 5. 255, 555 at a 60. 5 65. 270. 5 75. 270. Fry 5. One big one, $2.90, now 2.95. 2.90, 2.5, 5. One big one there, 2.95, 95, 97.5. $3, $2.5, at a 5, at a 7.5, at 10, at a 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 79, at a 79, 315, Cliffy 4. 7.5, $3.40, now 5, at a 340, on the money, now 5, 345, 40, now 5, at a 5, 45, 340, Troy 4. Africa, number 7, 280, now 2.5. 280, 2.5, 5, 85, 87, 90. 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 302.5, D&D 26. $40 one, $40 now 1, 40 now 1, able to 1, another 1, another 1, able to 1, another 1, another 1, 40 now 1, 41, 21, 2, 21, 2, 3, 4, 26, 28, $30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 2, 44, 46, 48, 48, 50, 52, 52, 54, 54, 6, out of it, 6, $54 in that SPS. Thank you. SPS. SPS 7 here, 370 now 5, 370 now 5, 370 now 5, money 5, 80, 380 now 5, 90, 90, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy 3. Solid mouth cow's bread. Show you sharp bread, there you go. That was her mouth. Was she solid? Solid mouth light bread, just where there. 116 now $2, 116 now $2 4, $6, $8, $70 now 2, 172 4 6, 78, 80, 51, 82, $82, 84, $84, 84, 86, 86, 86, 88, 88, 90, 192, 92 now 4, 194, 94, 94, 96, 96, 98, 98, $2, $198, show 13, show 13. They're 4 and 5 months bred. Young cows, 2,300 by the head. Now 4, now 5, 24, 25, 24, 25, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27, 28, 29, 3,000, now 3,000. $3,000, 3,000, 29 and a half, 29 and a half, 3,000, $3,000, $3,000, $3,000, $3,000, 29.50 D&D 103. Say start solids. Start solids. Was there 4 and 5 months bred? Weigh them to you. 165, 167. Tell them by the head. Okay. They're short solids, 4 and 5 months bred. There's just one, Vic. Okay, sell them by the head. Sell them over there by the head. 17 and a half, 1,800. 79 on the money, 1,800, 1,800, 1,800, now half, 1,900, 19 and a half, now 2,000, now 50, 2050 by the head, 2,100, 2,100 and a half, 21 half, 21 half, 21 half, 2,100 and a half, 21 half, 21 half, 2,100 and a half, a bit of 21 half, 21 and a half, sold them, $2,100. Camp P. Sam Powers. Sam Powers. Okay, boys, she's short solid, 5 months bred. 2,200, now 3. 22 on the money, now 3, now 4, now 5. 26, 26, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 2,500 and a half, a bit of 25 and a half, 2,500, show number 10. Show 10. Short solid, 6 months bred. Sell her by the head. Now $2,000. Now 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 24, 5, 24, 25, 25, 26, 2,600, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 2,600, 2,600, 25, 75, 26, $2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 25, 75, show 10. All right, 5 and 6 months bred. Weigh them to you. 165, 167, $9.9, $9.9, 171, 73, 75, 77, 179, 179, 79, 77, 78, 178, $178.8, $178.8, now 9, 178, 9, $178.9, 9, 178, fry 11. Okay, that's half of them. Okay, one cow's crippled on her shoulder.
Let's see what happens. Frank, you see her 6041?
Does anybody need to buy less than?
We'll sell those 9, and you can have those cows behind the gate if you want them. They're the same thing.
Okay, you're buying 9 on scales. You have the option on 10 behind the door.
Sell those cows broke mouth, 4 and 5 months bred, 4 months bred.
Okay, broke mouth cows, 4 months bred. Every one of them's a 4 months bred. 160, now 2. 162, money 2, 4, 6, 8, 168, 70, 172, 172, $172, 4, 174, 174, 3, 174, 173, 4, 173, 4, 173, 4. You can get 19 head of them if you need them. 173 4, 173 now 4 174 4 ready on the board. 173 Russell number 7. Okay, got 9 head on the scales right now. This cow's little crippled, 4 months bred. 120 now 121 2 4 6 8 28 30 130 132 4 132 4 6 38 138 40 2 4 6 48 150 150 150 150 150 150 148 A. The letter A number 2 1 A1. All right, Russell, look them over. You got 10 head, your option. Russell 7. Okay, nearly everything 3 months bred. Broke mouth cows, they'll be 3 months bred. 130, weigh them to you now, 2, money 2, 132 4, 132 4, 4 4 4 6, a bit of 8, with a bit of 38, 8, 40, 140, now 40, with a bit of 38, 9, 138, 139, 138, 39, 138, 9, 58, 9, 58, 9, 38, 9, 139, you do it, 139, 38, 9, 38, 9, 38, 9, 138, Lady 18, is that right? Lady 18. Not 81, it's 18. Seven and a half, 260, now 2.5, now 5, 265, 7.5, 70, but a 270, 270, but a bit of 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 267.5, Nolan 29. Here's 7.5 with the 130 now 1, able to 1 to 1, able to 1, able to 30, money 1, 2, 3, 34, but the 5, but 34, 9, 5, 6, 6, 7, 38, 38, 39, $40, bit of 1, bit of 2, bit of 3, bit of 4, 145, 6, bit of 7, bit of 7, not a 7, not a 11, 146 Lone Star. Two little ones there, $3, now 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, and a 3, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, a bit of 15, 3, 12.5, Troy 1. Celebrating a suffer, number 290, now 2.5, 290, 25, 7.5, $3, 2.5, now 5, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 3, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 12.5, D&D, number 14. Two big ones, 320, now 5, 325, money 5, 325, 30, 40, 345, 50, 355, 55, 55, 60, 365, 70, 70, 365, Troy number 3, 7 here, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 5, 325, 25, 25, 25, 320 East Wilford Welding. Here, $7.5, $3 now, $2.5, $3 now, $2.5, money 2.5, 3.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 3.5, 7.5, 10, 7.5, 3.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, Troy 6. Here, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, money, 2.5, 5 at 85, 87, 90, but 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 7.5, 7.5, $3, $3, 2.5, 3.5, 3.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3.15, 3.15, 3.12.5, Nolan 27, Nolan 26, Nolan 26. 7.5, 85, $86, 85, 86, money 6, 85, 86, 7, 8, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, $87, Marty number 8, Marty 8. Set here, $3.50 now 5, 350, 560, 575, 80, 85, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, 5, 4, 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 420, 415, Troy, number straight Troy. 7 here, 290, now 2.5, now 5, 295, 297 half, $3, $3, 2.5, 3, 2.5, 3, 5, it is 7.5, 10, number $10, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 79, it is 79, 79, 79, 315, Troy 1. Seven, 133, now 4, 133, now 4, now 4, mighty 4, 5, 35, 36, 37, 38, 38, 9, 9, 40, 140, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 45, 45, 45, 144, show number 13. $2 now 2.5, $2 now 2.5, $2 now 2 money 2.5, 205, 2.7, 7, 7, 7, 210, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 212.5, 15, 215, 15, 15, minute 79, but 79, 20, but 220, 220, 20, 20, 20, but 220, 29, 29, 29, 25, 25, 25, 25, but 225, 7, 230, but 30, but 30, 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 5, 35, 237, but 237, 40, but 240, 240, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 5, 7, 7, 250, 250, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 55, 7.5, 257, 257, 7, 7, 60, 260, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 260, Marty number 2, Marty 2, yard him with the 44s. Over there, 280, now 2.5. 280, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 3, 7.5, 10, but about 12.5, 12.5, 3, 12.5, 3, 12.5, 310, D&D 26. Best bulls we've had all day. 180 and I won. 180, he but $1, 80 and I won. Money, 180 and I won. He but $1, 2, 82, 83, 83, 4, 85, 85, 86, 86, $87, $87, $87, 186, Lone Star 1. Sedell front bull right there going out. Got a little bump there. 130 now one. 130 now one. 130 he but $1, 131. 130 now one. 131, 31, 31, 21. On the money one. 121. 120 he but $1, he but $1, $1, 120 Marty. Number 2. Marty 2. 180 now one. Money 1. 182, 82, 3, 82, 3, 4, 5, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, bit of 90, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. All right, sell a cow on the rail. 125, 126. 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 31, 131. 130, he but $1, he but $1, $1, 130 Lone Star. Sell a fleshy cow. 130 now one. 130 now one. He but $1, money 1. 30 now one. 130, he but $1, he but $1, $1, 130 Marty 25. $190 now one. 190 on the money 1. He but $1, 92, 1, 2, 3, 93, 4. 194, 5, 95, 96, 96, 96, 96, 96. 195 Lone Star 1. $128.9, $128.9, $999, $28.9, $128 on the money now 9, 28, $29, $9, $9, 28, $58, 9, $128.9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, $58, 9, $58, 9, $58, 9, $58, 9, $59, 128 Marty 26, Marty 26. Seven. 75, 76. 75, 76. All right, 138.9, 138.9, 9 money 9, 38.9, 40, 140. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 145, 144, now 5, 144 Lone Star. Oh, there, 289, 295, 285, 85, 82, 95, 55, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 282 and a half, Nolan 26, Nolan 26, $2, now 5, $2, now 5, $2, now 5, money 5, 205, 205, 10, 10, 15, 15, 215, 215, 215, 215, 215, 210, Letty 95. Celebrate one. Bad, got a bad wheel, got a bad ankle. 130, now 5. 130, now 5. 130 on money, 545. 155, 65, 175, 80, better 5, better 90, better 5, better $2, 5. 210, 215, 220, 225, 35, better 40, 245, 240, now 5, better 5. 240, shoat number 8, shoat number 8. 350 now money, 560, 75, 75, 75, 375, 80, 80, 5, 90, 95, $4, $4, 5, and 10, 15, 20, 5, 435, 435, 430, Troy, 21. $7 $3 now, $2.5. $3 on the money, now $2.5. $3 now, $2.5. 302 and a 5. 305, 55, 7.5. 37.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. 305, Troy 1. Okay, chalk marked at the ranch. Okay, so 3 at 3 head. 7 hand, 133 now 4, 133 money 4, 34 5, 36, 37, 37, 38, 38, 39, 140, 1, 2, 43, 4, 5, 6, 47, 146 Lone Star. 7 here, 170 now 2, 172, 4, 172, 4, 6, 8, 82 to 4, $84, $84, 86, $88, $90 with a 90, 192, 192, 192, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 190, Troy 9. All right, here we go. 145, 46 out of money, $6. 145, 46, 47, 148, 140 gay, 40 gay, 40 gay, 49, 149, 50, 150, 150, now 50, now 1. 150, now 1. $1, $1, $1, $1, 151, 151, 150, Lone Star. 8 head. There's 7 and 133, now 4. 133 on the money, now 4, now 5. 36, 37, 38, 39, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 144 Lone Star. Same cows marks from the ranch. Both black. Whoa! Yeah, that one.
Stand out there, Frank. See if she comes back.
All right, sell 2 blacks over there. Two blacks. 150 now 2. $150 on the money, now $2 2. 102 blacks, 150 now 2. Money's down now 2. 150 150 Troy 9, Troy 9, Troy 9. All right, Troy 9 over there, 2 head. Whoa. Can't reach. Sell 2. 140 now 1. 140 even 1. Money's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 46, 46, 7. $8. 147 Lone Star. Seven and 135, $36. You want to try one or not? That black? Okay, 2 Molly face cows. 135, 36, 7, 38, 39, 41, 41, 2, 3, 4, 143 Lone Star. 145, 47, 145, 79, 149, 149, 51, 53, 55, 57, 57, 57, 9, 99, 159, 157, show number 99. Seven, 131, 31, money, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 137, 138, 7, 8, 9, $9, 940, 141, 2, 3, 4, 143 Lone Star. Seven, 133, now 4. 133, on the money, now 4, now 4, now 5, 35, 36, 37, 37, 38. 38, $9, 9, 40, 1, 2, 42, 43, 42, 3. 42, 3. On to them. 142, 3, 143, 142 Lone Star. Seven, 260, now 295. 265, 295. Off his mouth, isn't he? $185, 87. 185, 87. 991. 191, 191, 3, 93, 93, 193, 191, now 3, 191, 3, 5, 195, 95, 95, 195, 95, 95, 95, 193, Troy 9. Seven, 140, now 1. Able to win that one, that one, that one. Money 1, 142, 3, 2, now 3, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 5, 6, 46, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 8, 9, 49, 49, 148 and a half Lone Star.
These cows are bred to a red Angus bull per owner. I guess they're just red.
Okay, owner said they would be bred to a red Angus bull. 5 months bred, 170, now $2. On the money, 2, 170, $2, 4. 174, now 6, now 8, now 80, 182, 182, 82, 82, 82, 82. 180, now 2, 180, $2, 2. 184, 84, 84, 84, 82, now 4, now 6, 86, 88, 88, 90, 190, 190, 192, $192, $2, 4. 192, 4, 94, 94, 94, 94, 194, 196, 196, 198, 198, 198, now $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, show 13. Show 10. Sell the cow. 2, she's 5 months bred. $2, now 2, 4, 6. 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 2, 24, 26, 28, 2, 30, 2, but the board was 6, 38, 40, 2, 40, 2, 40, 2, 4, 46, 48, 2, 50, 2, but the board was 6, about 8, 60, 2, 60, 2, 58, 2, 60, 2, 60, 2, 60, 2, 58, show number 13. Show's out here. Sell the bull, 275, 7.5, 80. 280, 80, 80, 280, 280 on the bull. 280, 280, 280, 280. 277.5, Nolan, 27 on the scale. Drinking goddamn. I think my daughter and son-in-law is going tomorrow, to a wedding down there. King going to a wedding. That'd be fun. Yeah. And Brandy Resort just opened, so I'm anxious to hear about it. Sell a black cow, 4 months bred. $1,900, now $2,000, 2000 by the head, 19, on the money, 2021, 21, 2100, 2100, 21 and 22, 22, 21, 22, 2100 by the head, now 2200, now half, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 3, 23, 23, now half, 23 and a half, 24, now half, 24 and a half, now 5, 25, now half, 2600, 2600, 2600, 2600, 2600, 2550, show 13, 4 months bred. 105, where to you, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 114, 16, 18, 122, 122, 4, 126, 6, 8, 28, 30, 131, 31, 32, 132, 4, 32, 4, 6, 38, 40, 142, 144, 46, 148, 150, 150, 52, 52, 4, 152, Russell number 7. 5 months bred, 155, now 6, where to you, 155, 6, 7, 8, 58, $60, 162, 162, 4, 62, 4, 6, 6, 8, 168, $8, 166, Russell 7, 7.5, 110, 111. 5 months bred, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 122, 4, 26, 28, 130, 132, 34, 36, 38, 140, 142, 4, 144, now 6, now 8, now 52, 52, 4, 6, 58, 160, 160, 162, 164, 62, 4, 6, 870, 172, 4, 172, SPS. Is that right? Number 1? SPS number 1. Heifers over there, 316, now 5, 365, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55, 4 out of 5, 10, 4, 10, 15, 20, 420, 4, 15, 20, 20, 20, 25, 425, 30, 30, 30, 425, EC 36. 7.5, 330, now 5, now 40, 335, 40, now 5, 350. 5, 60, 5, 370, 5, 80, 85, 385, 90, 95, 4 out of 5, 405, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 420, now 5, 430, 430, 430, 425, Brian Hoffman. Okay, 3 to 5 months bred. Okay, gonna hold the little cow Jody pointed at. Weigh him to you. 145, 47 half. 145, money 7 half. 145, 147 half. 145, 147, 145, 7, 9. 149, 51. 153, 155. 157, 157, now 9, 59, 61, 161, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 161, now 3, 163, 3, 3, 3, now 3, now 3, now 3, 163, 161, Troy, 17. That's Kelly Hill. That's Kelly Hill. Okay, weigh the cow by the scales. 120 now one. 120 now one. 120, hit it to one, that one. Hit it to one, that cow by the scales. 10, 11. Money. 11. 110, 11, $11, $11, $11, $11, 11, 111, 111. 110, Marty number 8. How you want it? Marty 8? Yeah, yeah. No, Troy 9. Troy 17. Troy 17. Troy 17. Five months spread. 130 now one. 130 on money 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 7, 37, 8, 9, 39, $9, 40, 1, 2, 41, 2, 141, $2, 41, 2, 141, 2, 142, 141, Troy 17. All right, test it open. Young as they can be. Two more, pick T line. 7 hand, 170, now 2. 172, 4, 6, 78, 82, 4, 8, 6, 88, 92, 4, 96, 98, $2, $2, 204, 204, 204, 26, $8, $8, 10, $12, 212, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 222, 222, 222, 220, show number 99, no, 8. Showed 8. Over there, 140. Right, 140 now one. 140 now one. Money, one. $141. $140 now one. Cow over there, 140 now one. 2, 4, 6, 8, 50, 2, 52, 4, 6, 58, 156, EC 6. EC number 6. Yard and width 44. With 44. Oh, there, $1 now one. $1 now one. 2, 101, 2, 101, 2, 4, 106, 106, 8, 108, 10, 110, 108, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 108, Harris number 3. Harris number 3. 170, got a 7 on her. 170 now 2. On the money, 2, 4, 6, 78, 82 to 484. $86, 88, 90, 192, 92, 92, 192, 4, 94, 94, $92, 4, 194, 94, 94, 94, 192, show 10, 133, now 4, 33, money 4. 33, 4, 5, 35, 6, 7, 38, 38, $9, $9, 40, 141, $141, 141, Lone Star. All right, 3 and 1 got a bull calf or steer calf. Okay, just a pair. You like a good one. 2,900 now, 3,000. On the money. 3, 1, 31, 32, 32, 33, 32, 33, 34, 34, 35, 35, 35, 36, 36, 7, $8, $8, 38, 38, 38, 38, 39, 39, 38, 9, 39, 38, 9, 9, 3800 now half. 8 and a half, 38 and a half, 38 and a half, 38 and a half, $3,800. Hayden. 3,000 now 31. 3 and 1, 3,000 now 31, 31, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100. Got a bull calf, $3,100. 31, 31, 31, 3,000 now 31, 3,000, 31, 3 and 1 on the money now 1, 31, 31, 31, 31. $3,000. Tom 2, Tom 2, Tom 2. Young as she can be now. Doing a good job that heifer calf. 2,100, now 2,200. 21, 22, 23, 22, 23, 22, now 3, now 3, now 4, now 4, now 5, now 6, 2,600, 25, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, now 7, 27, 27, 2,700, 27, 26,700, 2,700, 2,700, 2,700, 2,700, 2,600, Troy, number 330, Troy 30, Troy 30. Where? 160 now two. $160 $160 now two. 160 now two. $160 two. On the money now two. Now two. 162. 160 fry 10. $350 now 5. $350 on the money now 5. $350 now 5. $350 now 5. 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 3, 5, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4 now, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $3.95, $4 now 5. 405 10 410 10 10 15 415 20 420 420 420 420 415 A number 2. Show 3 head. 3 head. 160 now two. $160 two. On the money now two. 162. Two. $4 with a 62 now 4 now $6 with a $6. 166. 166. 164 Troy 9. 7 here. $2.30 now 2.5. 230 2.5. 230 2.5. 230 2.5. 230 2.5 with a 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5. Money's down. 2.5. 230 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5. 230 shout number 8. 95 96. 95 96 on the money. $6 95 96. 95 6 7 97 98 99 $99 $1 $1 2 2 3 4 5 7 108 108 109 99 108 Harris number 3. Four-month spread. What do you say? 210 12, wire, 210, 2 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 20, 2, 2, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 230, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 232 and a half, shoat number 19, shoat 19. One open little young cow, 140, now 5. 140 on the money, 5, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, $2 now 5. 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 10, 10, 10, 210, 215, 215, 215, 215, 20, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 215, Brian Hoffman 5. 130 now 2. 132 4. 132 money 2. 134. 136. 138. 140 2. 4. 44. 142 4. 44. 44. 44. 44. 142 lady 18. Sell the black bull 260 down 2.5. 265 black bull 7.5. 270 with a 2.5 with a 7.5. 80 with a 2.5. 85 7.5. 287.5. 287.5. 285 Nolan 26. 7 here 230 now 2.5. 230 2.5. 230 now 2.5. 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 230 2.5. 210 12.5. 210 money 12.5. 210, 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 210, Tom, 5. Got some Bowie yearlings. Okay, hold the little one. 250, now 2.5. 250, 2.5. 255, 255. 57 and a half. 260, 2.5, now 5. 65, 265, 555, 260, 2.5. Nolan 76. Nolan 76. 240, now 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 240, 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 2.5. 220, 2.5. 220, 2.5. 220, 2.5. 220, 2.5. On the money, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 220, Tom, 5. 7.5. 130. There. 6 months spread. Weigh them to you. 130 now 1. 130. Keep it 1. Keep it 1. Money 1. 30 now 1. $130 1. 31. 31. 131. 31. 31. 31. 31. 130 Marty, number 25. Broke mouth cow, 7 months bred. 135, 36. 135, 36. 135, 6, 7, 8, 39, $9, 40, 141, 141, 141, 140, Russell, number 7. Weigh the cow, 130 now 1. 130, keep it 1, on the money, now 1. $130 1, 131, 131, 31 2. 32, 33, 34, 35, 35, 6, 136, 7. Weighing the cow. 137.
Yes, it is.
Boy, that's Bill Cavanish cow. Young she can be. Got a good calf. 24 and a half, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 28, 29, 2,800, 2,900, 28, 29, 28, 29, 28, 9, 28 and a half. That helps somebody. 28 and a half, 9, 2,900 and a half, 29 and a half. Young cow, 29 and a half. 2,900 and a half. 29 and a half. 2,900. Tom 2. 7 months spread. 1,800, 1,900, 18 on the money, 1,900, 18, 19, 19, got the money, 1,900, 18, 19, now 2,000, now 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 24, 25, 25, 25, 24, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 25, 25, 26, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 5 and a half, 6, 26, 25.50, Tom, number 1. Okay, hold any one you don't like. 225, weigh them to you now, 7. 225, money, 7, 9, 31, 33, 35, 235, 7 and a half, 237 and a half, 240, 240, 2 and a half, 245, 47 and a half, 250, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, $60, 260, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 72, 72 and a half, 7 and a half, 82 and a half, 85, 7 and a half, 287 and a half, 285, 7 and 90, 290, 290, 290, 90, 90, 287 and a half, 871. $2, now 2 and a half. $2, now 2 and a half. On the money, now 2 and a half. 4 months spread. $2, 2 and a half. 202 and a half. 205, 205, 7 and a half. 210, 212 and a half, 215, 15, 17 and a half, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 215, Tom won. They are light bread. 250, now 2.5. 250, now 2.5. 250 on the money, 5, 7, 8, $60, 2.5, 5, 7, 8, 70, 2.5, 5, 7, 8, 80, bit of 2.5, 5, 8, 7, and 90, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 287 and a half, short 8. Open heifer. Sell herd, $2, now 40, now 2.5, 240, 2.5. Now money, 2.5, 47 and a half, 52 and a half, 7 and a half, $60, 2.5, 7 and a half, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 265 H, 71. Four-month bread. Sell herd, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 15, 70, now 20, now 5, now 30, now 5, now 40, now 5, 245, 240, 2 and a half, 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 240, 2 and a half, 240, Troy 9. 7 here, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 85, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 85, 85, 85, 285, 285, 280, 2 and a half, D&D, 5, 4. Sell the bull, $2.40, and now 2.5, 5, 245 on the bull, 245, 242 and a half, 5, 245, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 242 and a half, Nolan, 27. Nolan, 27. Sell the heifer. Open heifer. Sell her, $2, now 50, now 2.5, 250, 2.5, 5. Money, 2.5, 5, 7 and a half, $60, 2.5, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 2.5, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2.5, 5, 82 and a half, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 280 H, 71.
Daniel Cordova from Belling.
2 or more, you buy 2 head. 2,100 by the head, now 2, 21, 2,200, 21, 2, 3, 23, 4, 24, 4, 5, 25, 2,600, 26, pick 2 you like, 25, 26, 25 and a half, now 6, now 6, now 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,550, show number 13. So 17, now half, 1,700 and a half, 1,700 on the money, now half, 1,800, now half, 19, now half, now $2,000, now 21, 22, 23, 24, 23 and a half, 2,300 and a half, 2,300 and a half, now half, it's a bit of 23 and a half, 2,300 A, the letter A, number 1. Two cows, 4 months bred. Okay, so 2 cows, 4 months bred. 160, weigh them to you now 2. $160 now 2. Weigh 2 cows, 4 months bred. 160 on the money now 2. $2, $2, $2, $2, 162, 162, 162, 162, 160, fried 10, fried 10. Sell a light bred cow, solid mouth, light bred, 133.4. 133.4. Weigh the cow by the scales. 34 money 4, 5, 35, 34, 5, 6, 137, 137, 38, 38, 39, 39, 40, 140, 140, 140, 140, 139, lady 18. Ladies on the scale. Ladies on the scale.
This is Cordova too.
Weigh the bull, 167.8. 167.8. $8, we'll get him around money, 8. $8, $8. 167, Lone Star 1. Young here. Hey, seven here, 1900, got a 5 on her. 1900, now $2,000. 1900, now 2000, yes sir, right there, 2000 on the money, $2,000. Now 21, 21, 2100, 2, 22, 23, 22, 3, 33, 4, 4, 23, 4, 2300, now 4, now 4, now 4, 3, now 4, 4 and a half, now 5, 2500, 2500 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 2500, show 13. They are tested open. $2.50 now 2.5. $2.50 now 2.5. $2.50 now 2.5. Money 2.5. $2.55. 7.5. $60. 2.5 now 5. 7.5. 70. 270. 270. 270. 270. 270. 267.5. Shoat number 8. Shoat 8. 70, 280, now 2.5, 280, now 2.5, money 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, Troy, 26.
These things are running out of water.
Seven head, two big ones, two big ones. Seven head, 280, now 5. 200, two big ones, 280, now 5. 280, now 5. 280, now money, now 590. 295, 95, 95, 295. $2.95, $3, $3, $3, $3 with a 5, 305, 305, with a bit of 5, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, with a 10, about 15, 15, 15, 15, with a 3, 17 half, 3, 7, 9, 20, 2, 3, 20, with a bit of 20, 20, 20, 2 and a half, with a bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, 5, with a 5, with a 5, 7 half, 330, with a bit of 2 and a half, with a bit of 2 and a half, 5, with a 35, 35, 35, 330, 2 and a half, capital number 31, 30, 45, there you go. So the little one there, $4 now money, now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5, 5, 5, 10, 4, 4, 10, 4, 4, 15, 4, 15, 20, 4, 20, 4, 25, 4, 25, 30, 30, 5, 5, 5, 4, 35, 40, 5, 45, 445, 50, 450, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 445, A2, A2. 270 now 5. 270 now 5. Money 5. 275. 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 80, 85, 285, 285, 285, 285, 285, 280, and that'll be Nolan 27. 70, 280 now 5. 280, 5. 285, 280 now 2.5. 280, 2.5. 280, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5. 260 now 2.5. 260 on the money now 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 260, Tom 3, Tom 3. 4 months bread, weigh 'em, $2 now 2.5. $2 now 2.5. $2 now 2.5. 2.5 money 2.5. 2.25. 2.7 10. 2.12 15. 70 now 20. 2.5. 2.20 2.5. 2.20 2.5. 2.25. 2.25. 2.25. 2.25. 2.25. 2.20 2.5. Show 19. 7 of my habit of 7.5. $3 now 2.5. $3 now 2.5. 3 2.5 money 2.5. 3 7.5. 10 12.5. 10 3 10 12.5. 12.5 12.5. 3 12.5. 3 12.5. 3 10. Troy number 1. Troy 1. 7 here. $2 now 2.5. What do you got? 270 now 5. 270 now 5. 270 on the money. 2.5. 270 2.5. 2.5 2.5 5. But 5 but 7.5. 280 but 2.5 but 5 but 7.5. 287.5. 285 H71. Broke mouth cow light bread weigh her. 7.5, 105, $6, 105, 106, 105, money 6, $6 about a 7, not about a 7, not about a 7, 8, 9, 9, 109, 10, 110, 110, another 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11, 111, 112, 13, 14, 15, 15, 115, 115, 115, 114, SPS number 1. Over there, 160, now 2.5. $160, 2.5. $160, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. $160, now 2.5. 160, 2.5. 51. On the money 1. 151, 151, 151. Everyone, another one, another one, another one, another one. 150, Troy 9. Sale 2 heifers, 7 and a half, $3. Now 2 and a half. Money 5, 3, 7 and 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 3, 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 10. Troy 1. 7 here, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but 17 and a half, 20, 3, 22 and a half, 3, 22 and a half, 3, 20, capital, 35. They are both bred. 7 and a half, 130 now 1, $130 1, 130 now 1, 2, 4, 6, 36, 134, 36, 8, 38, 38, 138, 136, 8, 38, 38, 38, 38, 138, 138, 136, fry 10. Sell a red heifer, 7 or 290, now 2 and a half. 290, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, $3. Now 2 and a half, now 5, now 5, now 7 and a half, 10, 3, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 3, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 335, EC 47, 7 and a half, 360 now 5, 360 on the money, 5, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55, $4, now 5, 4, 5, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 410, EC 36. Open cow. 7 hand, 133 now 4. 133 now 4. Now 4, now 4, money 4. 33 now 4. 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34. 133, Marty 25. Sell a heifer, yellow ball face heifer. 7 and a half, 260 now 2 and a half. 260 money, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. 267 and a half, 67 and a half, 7 and a half. 265, EC 61. Sellable 260 now 2 and a half, 5. 65, 265, 555, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 75, 75, 75. 272 and a half, Nolan 29. Weigh 'em, 150 now 5, $150 now 560, 155, 160, 160, 165, 165, 70, 175, 175, 180, 180, 85, 185, 90, 190, now 5, 195, $2, $2 5, $2 5, 10, 210, 10, 10, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 15, 215, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 215. Adrian, number 2. Adrian, number 2. $2 now 5. $2 on the money now 5. $2 now 5. $2 now 5. Got the money now 5. 205. 205 by the pound. 205. 205 a pound. Money on all of them. 205.10, 210, 215, 220, 220, 220, 215, 20, 220, now 5, 230, 230, 230, now 5, 235, 230, Tom, 3, 7 here, 1. Okay, bad eyes on them. Watch your eyes. Watch your health. 120 now 5. 125, 30. 125, 135. 140, 145, 150, 150 now 5. 60, 5. 170, 5, 80, 5, 185, 190, 195, 195, $2, $5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, $2, Adrian, number 3. By the head here, by the head. 200, now 25, 50, 75, now 3, now quarter, now half, 3.5, 375, by the head, 400, $400, $400, $400, $400, $400, $400, $400, 375 by the head, A. Number 2. By the head here, 200, now 25, on the money, 25, 50, 250, 250, 75, 300, $300, 275, 300, now quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3.5, 375, 400, 400 and a quarter, 4 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 and a quarter, 400 and a quarter, 400 and a quarter, 400 by the head, Jim Coleman. Jim Coleman by the head.
Well, I'd like 2 more. They must be bad off.
By the head, by the head. 175, now 200, now quarter, now half, now 2.5, 75, 300, $300 and a quarter, half, 3.5, 3 and a quarter, 3.5, 3 and a quarter, now half, now half, now half, 3.5, 3.9, 3.9, 3.9, 375, 400, 400, 400, 375, A2 by the head. And I guess that's it. That's all. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Be back next week for a bigger, better show.
Even a bulldog had to get
Yeah, come get